Alrighty, welcome everyone. So, we're taking the Drunk on Sake concept into Sacred Stones today. Which gives us the rare incentive to also do Eirika's route. When does that ever happen? Nice 220 and 170 streaks. I think, as far as required units, this run is gonna be like Eirika and Ross for a while. I don't think there's anyone. No, Colm is also required. So it'll be like Colm, Ross, Eirika, and then we can kind of freeform the rest until we run into Joshua and Natasha. But I guess Archer before that too. Hooray, Myrmidon Lord. I would still rather use her over Barter. Doing Volk or Bishop, Natasha? It's a good question. We did do, we did do the Bishop version for only feet, so maybe we'll do Valkyrie for variety. Yes, we do love swords. So much so that we're doing playthroughs that chiefly use them. Oh, that sure was the Myrmidon level. You know, it's kind of hard to believe that Walter never caught up after we ran away like that. We turned around and decided to fight those fighters, and it took several turns. Last time you did Sacred Stones, Iron Man, your Eirika had 6 strength and level 17 and you weren't surprised. Yep. Funny Myrmidon moment, right? I mean, sure, Valter is canonically sandbagging, but he also likes to show up to gloat. So we don't even get a scene of him, like, dicking around. Just Myrmidon lore things. Too bad, it's usually not wise to kink shame a guy on a dragon. But what about when we have the power of anime? And that makes it so he doesn't stand a chance against us. Actually, I should have traded for Franz's Iron Sword, because a rapier crit might get her killed. Well, she got defense. A lot of FE8's writing falls kind of flat to you, but one place you'll give it credit is the villains. I don't know if I find Kale like that compelling, but... Leon and Walter definitely have some interesting things. Yeah, Eirika will have 8 ranked swords and 4 strength. Truly perfection. Or something. I don't know. Oh boy. Alright, Franz is too fast. Well, I guess Franz is gaining a little bit of experience. I've read the super important, totally. Hey, Sirach. Hey, Wrongers. You thought I was starting this Friday? What? I mean, there was a possibility. No, actually, there was no possibility of finishing it last Friday. Or starting it last Friday. Oh yeah, because I thought I beat Blazing on Friday, but there was no chance we had enough time to start Sacred Stones then. So earliest would have been yesterday. It's Friday somewhere. Yeah, right. Yeah, new region, still Swordmaster country. Although we can technically have no Swordmasters. If we want to have 2 assassins instead, but I don't know if that's any better than running 2 Swordmasters. Yeah, we might do Ranger Gerik on purpose. Because we'll probably have enough 1 to 2 range with the others. Would only run Assassin for Link Ruiner if I have literally no thief access. Yeah, it sounds about right. We do have Calm access. since he's tied to Marisa. Actually, we also have Rennick tied to Tethys. We have both native thieves, actually. Yes, we'll try to have Gerik do that. I guess since he's a sword specialist, it'll be easier to get him to use killing edges for that, too. I have Archer tied to Tethys, one of the worst supports in all of FE. Wait. I'm not sure if I read that support line. What makes it so bad? But we do have Ellen and Larashel access. Or not Ellen, Natasha and Larashel access because of Joshua. You might start at Sea Swords, yeah. I don't remember his ranks, but it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, I guess that's true. Assassin just has nothing going for it in this. Tethys gets a little frisky. Very freaky. Okay then. Poor Archer. Assassin's only good in Link Arena if everyone has capped sets because no one can kill in that setting. You know, that doesn't surprise me. You guess what's drunk on Renee because it rhymes with Sake. Yeah, I was looking for, like, part of it is that I'm looking for something that makes sense and can be punny. Because, like, the whole reason I went with drunk on Sake is because it sounds like, you know, sake. So I had to find something different for Sacred Stones. Yeah, it's true. Like, cause Renee playthrough has Seth and Franz, which is like, well, I guess we're done here. What about a grotto run? Let's see, what would the roster be for that again? It's like Noel and Natasha? Who else is in there? Aside from Dusel, Natasha, Noel? Oh yeah, Cormag, right? Oh yeah, Amelia. Plenty Amelia run, I guess. I guess it'd be like Amelia used the capacity where maybe it's less problematic for her. Because General Amelia was extremely awful in the LA Feet run. Yeah, so if we do a redux of this, I guess we could do a grotto run since there's enough candidates and they're all a little bit different. To be honest, I could probably just have someone rescue Amelia the entire time and just have Dussel and Corbe carry the entire game. I mean, sure, but where's the fun in that? It's funny to try to use Amelia and then meme on how bad she is. Yeah, I guess Dussel, Cav, and Wyvern sounds less stream fun than Swordmaster, it's true. It's like part of the point is also to run stuff we normally wouldn't run too. Which I guess Amelia would get included in
And
that.
now!
Problem is that we ran her for only feet as a terrible general already. So that's been a little tapped out. Thanks to the resub, Kirby. Appreciate the support. Makes you think about the reverse recruitment patch that includes post-game characters. Leon as Lord and fighting Eirika as the boss. It would definitely be a funny juxtaposition to have Eirika speaking Leon's lines. I get an Isidora with extra steps realistically with Paladin Amelia, which is still significantly better than General Amelia. Wait, I should have dropped Ross first. That's okay. Garcia probably won't get himself killed, unlike with Elite Feet where we had to gamble on Ross not dying when Vanessa was banned. At least Paladin and Amelia won't be weighed down by everything, and the bosses in your game aren't actually fast. True. Although, I mean, in theory, General shouldn't be particularly weighed down either. It's just, in general, she was also quite slow herself. What a riveting battle we have going on over there. Okay, well I guess now we need to bring him back. Actually, I guess let's do it like this. Oh boy, he can't even kill. It's easy, always easy to forget just how bad Ross is at the start. To let the great hatcheting commence. Yes, great is one way to word it, sure. Yeah, Lagoon's leveling down. I would almost say that for Atelius reverse recruitment, you should just do it that as the Lagoons count as one tier lower, because like the units are already largely not good to begin with. I guess except for the Royals. Maybe do full scaling down for the Royals. Things like early game weapons being replaced by living grass and the like had to happen to make it function. Yeah. Because otherwise your entire team would untransform and then you'd be so screwed. At least unless... I guess it would depend on how the rolls are handled too when they're reversed. You'd expect the roll stats to be given to the last X Lagoons to join, with X being however many rolls in the game as normally. I mean, I guess you could do that. I suppose as long as one of those takes Nyla's slot in the part 1 chapter. But like, you'd still have to aggressively scale down the rolls, because they just show up with mega base stats, so that's one of the places where I'd say, yeah, you should probably full scale those back. But for a lot of the other classes, especially the cats, you probably have to ease up and not do a whole lot, or I guess in some of the cases, scale them up more aggressively since they flip over into the later half. Because even with form shift, the cat lagoons are definitely not that good. You definitely need to give them some help, like a lot of help, to make them even feel like halfway royal equivalent. No, Garcia got him. This is really embarrassing for both Ross and Eric. I mean, if reverse recruitment were to move the Lagoose bands over to later joiners and then put them in place of the later royals. Since the Lagoose bands are already coded to be locked, you could just lock them again, right? I don't think there would be a problem with that, right? Black Knight's solely a Raven? Well, that sure wouldn't be terrifying or anything. We need to sandbag harder, but also kill the boss. Or maybe Garcia just doesn't kill that archer. This attempt at training Ross is definitely not gone especially well for him. Ashnard Ward? Now that would be funny. We might be able to get this one on the bottom to just chase Vanessa around. Actually, wait. Garcia joins... I think Garcia joins us in zone as long as Ross is around, and we don't really care about Garcia anyway, so actually, we might not need to sandbag at all. Yeah, as long as Ross is recruited and not dead. Then Garcia just joins. You know what? Who cares about Garcia? He can go hang in a corner. We've got some Ross training to do. He gained strength and speed. Maybe Ross will see some long-term deployment. Don't think you've ever touched reverse recruitment other than MV6 because using Carol the whole game is more of a fundamental idea than reverse recruitment itself. It does sound very funny. Considering. It's like, what if I had a guy with almost 0 and everything, except he had over 100% growths? Could use Karma the whole game instead. Sold! I mean, no. Need to drag her all the way to the very end to recruit Barter. Okay, that would actually be kind of funny. Horrifying, but also funny. Well, that's less good, but also he kind of needs a skill. I guess regardless, Ross is gonna be force deployed, so we probably want to actually get him into, you know, a non-trainee class. So that he doesn't just melt to everything that looks at him. Flips with Cantor's Sane. So that would make... Wait, who are we counting at second to last then if Carla's third? Are we counting Nils? It's like Carla, Nils, Renault? Imagine having Renault as your lord. Oh, right, Athos. Right. Yeah, I guess Athos technically can. So it's what, like Lord Athos? And the nightly escort of Carla and Renault. Yeah, I guess if you want to keep it within the funny concept, you could just swap Barter and Carla out of order. Because it would be funny. Oh yeah, and I guess if Linma gets cut out, then Carla instead of Marcus. Ooh, that's a yikes. That sounds terrible. You know, I might consider doing the Super Journeyman. Even though there's normally no reason to do it. We're kind of memeing this run anyway, so I might as well. Most funny thing is, a reverse recruitment thing to you is that the modder had to give Yoder growths that don't exist in FE6. Really? He didn't even have any placeholder stuff? Because, like, I find with a lot of games, units have, like, useless stats and whatever that are just dummied out. But for one reason or another, the devs gave it to them, so I'm kind of shocked that Yoder doesn't have anything like that. Oh, is it only 10% crit? I thought it was the same. I thought it was just the same as Zerker, with the 20% crit and just like worse caps or something. But yeah, it is basically just worse Berserker, because you also lose the mountain and water walking. So, from a practical point of view, there's literally no reason to do Super Journeyman, but because we're memeing, why not? Oh, you're mixing up Athos and Yoder, because Yoder does have growths and Athos doesn't. Kind of makes sense, but also I'm sort of surprised that there's no dummied out growths for Athos, too. Like I said, usually with game dev, they throw in some numbers. It doesn't necessarily have to be practical. But often, for one reason or another, characters end up with useless stats like that don't get used in the end product, but it's dummied out. Others are just born like that, I guess so. Just popped out and had 30 magic. Car was the early combat unit on the first map. With the Hector mode. Oh, with leaving Athos out and then... Yeah, I guess because Renault gets D-leveled, so... I mean, I guess at least Carla has a healer to help her out? Which she probably needs, because it's a Myrmidon against a bunch of archers. That sounds horrible. A bulky healer. Yeah, who's gonna need that bulk, because he'll probably have to put himself in danger to heal Carla so that her Myrmidon... Needly Myrmidon arms can kill those archers. How does Carla beat Wire? Well, presumably she has a Wolfbale equivalent. So it's just, like, annoying to do, because it's like using the rapier, I guess. Oh wait, she's the Matthew. You know, you're right. Is that just like an auto soft lock? Because there's no way Carla can damage that. Man, Carla just can't escape the allegations that she can't damage anything ever. It's just tragic. Make the blue gem an armor slayer? Yeah, that's one solution, is put in an armor slayer. Or, yeah, red gem. Same difference, though, in terms of, you know, deciding to put the armor slayer in. Are there 8 saves to get help in Renault's starting inventory? Not anything that's in GBA. Because, like, Sleeping Wire won't do anything. Berserking Wire won't do anything. Yeah, I think for the hack to be reasonable, it would have to have the enemies drop keys if you don't have a thief. Yeah, that's true, I guess. It could be a requirement to have the thief open it and kill him, and it wouldn't be the worst thing. Actually, I don't know. Is Carla really gonna be able to push in like that? I don't know if I have enough faith in Carla as a unit to actually reach the chest in time. Reverse recruitments usually give thief replacements a set of keys in their starting inventory. Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, that would probably be a really hard map, just because Carla is going to be so terrible at combat. I guess, actually, it wouldn't help with wire, but it would be really funny to give Lord Renault, like, a sweep staff and a berserk staff. And just see what the player does with it to those enemies in the starting area. Is this the LA Jehanna run? What do you mean by... Or, you mean, yeah, Jehanna only... Yeah, it's basically like the Sakai-centric run with Jehanna. We have Tethys, Gerik, Marisa, and Ewan. So we're forced to use at least one Trini, but There's a good chance we also use Ross, too. Because he's one of the few units who actually supports any of the Jehanna units, so he's one of the few units who will actually carry his progress forward. Wow, good job, Ross. You're really helping to sell that whole, I want to use Ross. He only goes down to 14. Oh, good job, Eric. Despite gaining defense, you still get owned in 2 shots. Truly incredible. Wait, actually... What does the Super Journeyman use to promote? Oh, it is still Hero Crest. Well, rip. Even in a run like this, we can't find any way to save it. Absolute tragedy. Yeah, it is funny, because, like, even though they're not great perks, at least Amelia and Ewan super trainee classes have something different about them. Whereas Ross's is just another class, but worse. Like, actually, objectively worse. The super people also get crit. You know, I don't know. I would assume not, but... I've not really looked into it that closely. And I can't really see how having all three magics actually helps, but it's something different, is the point. Wait, Super Dirty One only has a niche if you want to... Oh, right, because you have to use the Ocean Seal on Calm. So I guess there's the niche, technically speaking. Super People actually has a good speed cap for Link Arena. Oh, okay. So I guess there's that. Yep, how Myrmidon of Eirika. You gonna stay up long enough to stream the direct? No, probably not. I might actually not watch the direct, too. Poor Carla joins so late, has an absurdly specific recruitment condition and isn't even good. Mostly exists just to be back on for fear. Yeah, I mean, I feel like probably the most insulting part of that is that or it has to be that they already did Binding Blade Carol as someone who's actually strong, so I feel like anyone recruiting Karwa for the first time who had played Binding Blade would look at it and be like, oh cool, Karwa's gonna be like Carol, right? Right? Yes? And then they get to the arena, and they see that. It's pure despair. It's a good change, give Carla FE6 Carol's gross. She still wouldn't be good, but it would be fun. I feel like she would still need a bases bump, too. Because to use those gross, she actually needs to get kills. And she's at a supreme disadvantage by not being able to build supports before going into the little bit of combat she can. That's like... The design for that set was just like really the decision of all time. At least the trouble the recruiter would still pay off, even if you're still feeding kills her in the Limsaw chapter. Well, sort of, because again, she needs to be able to get those kills. And consider how much trouble she had, even though I gave her almost the entire convoy's worth of stat basers. Building up karma in previous games supports just to be this. Imagine if Sothis is playable and Fortune's Weaving is total ass. True. I mean, we could just say that, oh, that's simply the first version of Heroes Sothis. She's simply outdated. We just need to, you know, gacha for a stronger one. Yeah, Mythic Sothis is, she's showing her age. Having a real granny moment. Wow, Colm deals more damage than Eirika. Most of the time. Actually, no, I guess they're similar. But this is an Eirika who was given 5 ults so she could be about equivalent to Colm. How do we feel about that? Yeah, I do recall, like, basically... there was data for, like, recruitable Sothis and Gerald that just never got used. Whoa, 5 speed. Gasp. Barter ended 9 P7 at 9. It was either 8 or 9. I think it was... Yeah, I can't remember which, mostly because it would be inconsequential. But he was still under double digits. And he still had 10 defense too, so it's like, what am I supposed to do with this guy who takes a bajillion damage from everything and gets doubled by everything? Yeah, I mean, it's true that Geralt and Rhea appear as units in the video game. But, like... there was kind of like a clear intention that Geralt might join. Because of the, you know, the actual being able to build support with him. So I think there was data for, like, if you had actually joined as a player unit. Because you know how the games tend to have green units and actual player units that are completely different data. Like, even actually within 3 houses, the example is there that actually exists is Gilbert. You get trash Gilbert in Chapter 5 and then actually usable Gilbert when he joins. You think Geralt and Rhea also have level up quotes and crit quotes? Well, the crit quotes would be applicable to them when they're on the field as red or green units as well. But yeah, the level up quotes are definitely an indicator that maybe they had been intended to join at some point. Yeah, Fortress Knight Gilbert's just straight up worse than generic armors. I mean, no one said he was a good knight. In fact, part of his problems with himself is his failings as a knight, so you know what? It's kind of poetic if you think about it. Oh yeah, I do remember reading about the Path of Radiant Zelgius data that gave away the identity. Not a good father, not a good knight. Womp womp. Playing with your voice, I failed the dancing competition line. That's impossible to hit. Wait, it's not actually impossible though, right? You have to basically do it on purpose. Because you still have to give her the dance lesson, right? Oh, does she have it? Always have? Okay. Yeah, I don't know then. Maybe, actually, it's probably that at some point Flame could fail, and maybe they adjusted her charm so that it was no longer a thing that was useful. It's like, it's likely that they just said, okay, we need all these lines, without really knowing what they were doing for actual stat data. And then at some point they went, okay, well, Flame is going to be the guaranteed dancer in case the player got really screwed and none of the other students can do it. Which at that point they adjusted her charm and the line was no longer applicable, but they had it recorded, so I guess it got entered into the game. That would be my assumption as to the root process of how that ended up there. Base 15 charm without A lessons, okay. Yeah, that could be it too, where they didn't consider whether it was actually possible or not, but I would assume that they did it early enough in the recording process. Or like in the development process that they didn't have the actual stats locked in yet. And that they just got it because you might as well do the full suite at once. It would be a huge inconvenience to call the voice actress back to re-record a single line, so might as well just do everything. And then later on, maybe they adjusted things and were like, yeah, it's we don't need this anymore, but we paid for it, so whatever. That looks like a tasty kill. Sort of. I'm actually not sure if Eirika could deal enough damage, and I don't think Ross can either. Well, I guess she doubles her way to the kill. Whoa, check it out! Units that don't 2-hit KO her. It's crazy. Those things actually exist. Gonna love that Hopes gave Ray a unique class Sage, which overrides her ability to go into Moral Savant on the class is just worse than Savant. That's crazy. That anything would actually be worse than Mortal Savant. Considering how bad it is in houses. Plan for 3 Hopes was fanfiction good. I mean, is it really fanfiction when it's your own setting? Is Savant really bad at it, as bad in Gasp! My door key! I don't think Cold can steal it back. It's not a big deal, but that's actually kind of funny. Because this guy could deal significant damage to Eirika and just chose not to. But I guess usually I don't use sword classes in hopes outside of, or like, aside from learning stuff. I end up not wanting to use sword classes in hopes just because, like, Shez's personal class is just head and shoulders above every other sword class. So what ends up happening is, like, yeah, Shez is my sword user. And I don't want to use any other sword class, so everyone else is different classes, and Shez is the only sword user. It's like, all the intermediate sword classes feel so bad to use compared to Shez's class. If your class can use magic and hopes, it's automatically B tier. You know what? That's true. Because you can access all the big crowd control spells. I guess assuming you're a character who learns them, or if you go through the effort to inherit them. Which seems kind of terrible, but I guess if you really want to, you can do it. Well, I guess good thing we're not using Vanessa long term. As long as it's not a wind or ice spell What do you mean, not an ice spell focus? Ice is like one of the most overpowered types in Hopes. Because you can just chain lock down enemies. Like, what do you mean infinite CC is bad? Bad sword classes are at least way better than the axe classes. Who have one good art to speak of. Yeah, you know, you're right. I don't know if I've used the axe classes very much either. True, Blizzard's good, Pimblevator. Yeah, Pimblevator is a little awkward to use, but it still kind of does the same thing. It's just extra steps in make sure you're positioned correctly, but yeah, Blizzard is far better just in terms of all the comparable stats to it. That old GameFAQ post about Raven being the most likely to get RNG screwed. That's how you feel about Vanessa? I mean, that's just... That's just like GBA in general. Like, when growths are as low as they are, it's like, well... I don't know. Are we really surprised when units continuously miss 30%? When you use ice, it's always Trickster with Boot Gang's art, and Ice Blade, you never use ice spells. I guess I'm also generally talking as from a perspective of new gaming it too, where whatever is the least investment to actually get to, which, you know, Shez basically just gets Blizzard for free. And then Shez happens to be one of the best characters and classes in the game, so what if you just had your super overpowered main character able to crowd control bosses indefinitely? Most likely to get unlucky. I mean, you can technically statistically prove which characters are most likely to get unlucky. If you do like a deep statistical analysis, you could technically prove whether that's actually true. I don't think anyone would, or most people would bother with the effort, but you could technically. Seth, why? I mean, I guess we're not using you long term because you get banned by the rules, but still. If you want to look at the expected variance in its luck, it's going to be higher. The closer to 50 their chances are. I mean, yeah, I guess true, statistically speaking. But I guess when it comes to these games, a lot of people are going to expect their units to grow on the regular. Even though that's, like, the way growth rates are, that's practically not really going to happen. If you consider that, especially in the earlier games, like, when you're stuck with largely 30% across the board, it's like, wow, my terrible bases unit is not growing her 30%. Rip us, I guess. But I think it is a problem with, like, the expectations that a level system generates compared to percent chance growth. Is just people expect to actually get something substantial out of a level, and Fire Emblem sometimes really under-delivers on that, especially when your growths are low. And it's not like the game telegraphs that either. You have to go to external sites for all of them. There's no game in the Fire Emblem series that actually tells you the growth rates. There's also a difference between Unit A with levels. It's not killing stuff versus Unit A got unlucky. Yeah, I suppose it's hard to draw that line, too. Because you could also technically take, like, unlucky as not getting lucky as well, where I think a lot of people who expect, or like, are inadvertently expecting high rolls on their characters, just because, like, reasonably speaking, they can't see the growth, so they expect their levels to give them something. How many of you got, what, 30% across the board for the most part? You're, like, not likely to get more than a couple points. So people will be disappointed and be like, man, I got unlucky. The FP2 tells you resistance growth, everything tells you nothing and you get nothing. This is true. Yeah, it does. It does frequently use the Turan system to rig things to a player's statistical expectations. Which I guess I'd say in the earlier games, it's more rigging towards the player's favor. Because a lot of enemies have really terrible hit rates, but as you go along, like, enemy quality goes up in more modern games. So at that point, it turns more into just playing to the player's usually skewed incorrect assumptions about statistics. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. It magnifies advantages, but it can work both ways. Enemies still suck on normal modes? I mean, they're worse, but they're still higher quality than the normal mode enemies in the earlier games. I guess it's not by a ton, but for one, actually having luck stats is a thing that can matter a lot. Oh, I forgot that wires can go over the barrels. That's kind of weird. Really now? Well, I guess you can say there since you didn't get hit, but like, man, they're not making doing stuff with the Ross particularly great here. Alright, well, round 2, I guess. Yeah, Fates and Engage both use... It uses a split. So they use, like, the trigonometry equation. That's, like, being dubbed 1.5 or RN for above 50, and then it's 1 RN below. Which skews things less. Enemies are so bad on Engaged Normal that in Chapter 17 they can still have imperfect hit against Lagoo's friend. Oh, okay. That's actually impressive. So I guess at least with the upper difficulties in modern Fire Emblems, like it starts to get into territory where it does actually go both ways because the enemy starts to get better hit rates. So it more skews towards player expectation of statistics at that point rather than simply giving the player an advantage. Oh yeah, the enemies also get that 20 hit and avoid penalty. And then the player also has infinite rewinds on normal. Yay, Ross didn't whip. And he got speed. I guess he kind of whipped in the sense of not getting strength, but I'll take the speed. Yeah, I guess staff hit is 1 RN, but at the same time... like, usually the player only gets 1 Berserk Staff, so... Even if it's not as bad odds taking that 31 is still really bad. Staff it is 1 R until it does whatever it wants in 3 hazards. Yeah, like rolling 1 set for actually hitting in the animation and 1 hit for actually hitting silence in practice, right? Engage in, manning enemies are kind of mean in the opposite direction. You don't know what to get some sort of bonus to stats, but they're so chunky. I think they just have meaningful growths. So they scale up fairly harshly after they actually get into tier 2 classes. It's similar to how, like, 3 houses enemies in Manning scale up pretty harshly once they get into advanced classes too. Because it gets harder and harder to actually outrun the enemy attack speed to get the double in. It's one of those things where if you try hard enough, you can double assassins, but you have to really, really be trying. I would argue that's not just modern FBA. Like, a lot of modern game design just treats normal as, like, an easy mode. And I think it kind of makes sense, because mainstream and normal is usually not to pose too much difficulty to begin with. But it does cause some odd discrepancies with older games, I suppose. Remember when we thought silence could never miss, when apparently the testers just never actually rolled a miss? I'm still really confused as to how that silence got programmed like that. I would be very curious to see what happened with that during game development. You feel like if the player actually cares about tactical gameplay, instead of turning off the brain, then they should expect reasonable pushback on the first playthrough on normal mode. Yeah, I mean, I guess the question is, what is that reasonable pushback? Because they don't... like, companies don't really want to put too much pushback if they're trying to market the mainstream, and like... Fire Emblem it's still kind of fringe on the mainstream, but like... Three Houses very much put it in that territory where I think that's what IS is going for. Or even, I guess... You could arguably say the Awakening and Fates together even pushed it towards that to begin with, but Three Houses is where I would say it would definitely landed it on that fringe. But like, from what I've seen, a lot of people who don't look too deeply into the mechanics of Fire Emblem, they don't really do their math. It's not so much that they brain off, they just assume that because they have Weapon Triangle, they win. Is how it usually goes. So I think the normal difficulties might be trying to set that up so that you don't need to think too hard. If you have Weapon Triangle, odds are you probably roll them. Reasonable pushback is you making or playing Horizon right now and die if you make incredibly stupid plays instead of being semi-smart. I mean, you can still get units killed on normal and Fire Emblem too if you make really bad decisions. Weapon Trago ruined FE Confirmed. I mean, I don't think it's that unreal. Wow, good job, Calm. Face tank that 26. I don't think it's that unreasonable too to assume that when the game tells you an advantage, that it'll be a big advantage when... Let's be honest, Weapon Triangle is a pretty weak advantage overall most of the time. Even when they tried to scale it up in the 3DS games, it's like, eh. It's relevant for a while sometimes, and then Master Ninja go burr. It's Ross is determined to build its strength and speed one level alternating each at a time. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I guess on the upside it means he's actually growing. If we compare to, oh, I don't know, say like Barter from the last run where he just decided speed never exists. Full stop. Triangle is kind of relevant when you're fighting against High Void guys and Fates or using dual weapons. Yeah, but I mean, dual weapons kind of cheap because it's doubling the effect, right? So what that tells me is that for Triangle to be really important, you need to actually use double the numbers. But even then, like... So yeah, okay, it can matter against High Void guys, but you know, guess who has a ton of skill? Master Ninjas. You like Don Don's analysis showing that removing Weapon Triangle for Radiant Dawn Heart is overall good for the player. And that does make sense, because that does mean, even if it's a small change, because like 10 hit and 1 might is pretty whatever. But it's still technically swinging something in favor of a player who wants to just spam hand axes and javelins and wind edges the entire time. So if you're never at a disadvantage, it is actually some level of advantage. You like to engage went for break as a form of weapon triangle advantage that isn't hidden and pairs well with skills. Yeah, I mean, it's a shame that it actually, in practice, ends up not being terribly relevant. Except in, like, the earliest game. Just because the emblems are so strong that you can ignore so many aspects of the mechanics. Oh, I need to grab some of this junk off of Colm so I can actually steal. I don't know why I'm going through all this effort to steal an antitoxin, but you know what, whatever. I guess it is 10 experience. Normal mode engage has sword fighters with 10 attacks so they can't break Vander. Rip. The Radiant Dawn triangle removed being good for his propaganda so that 0% Ike doesn't need more boosters for the duel. True. Well, Ross tried, sort of, maybe. Debatably. Yeah, I would agree that it's in... Break's an interesting concept, but like most weapon triangle stuff, its applicability is much more limited. Because I always say, the two places where weapon triangle matter the most are not mainline FE games, or I guess did matter the most, technically speaking, since it kind of doesn't in Heroes anymore, but Heroes, the swing for being at triangle disadvantage used to be 20%, which is really, really big. And if Triangle Adept got involved, it was 40%, which was crippling. Nowhere close to anything that any of the mainline games tried to do, but it was very effective in enforcing the triangle. I mean, I guess Eirika could... Do we want to degen farm this guy with Eirika? I guess we'll at least let her have a combat. Why not? Well, her combat involved Edwarding it to the face, and then not even gaining strength or defense. Truly an Eirika moment. How much? 16. So Ross could also fight him. We'll just switch back and forth between... Who needs Who needs Seth when the wimps can just slowly poke this guy until he falls over? Also, I'll get into the 20% thing in a second once the ads are over. But I'm not talking about 20% hit, because Heroes doesn't have hit rate. Wait, did you just notice the coffee? Yeah, I did announce that a couple of weeks ago, but people usually don't do too much for like direct donos anyways, so I didn't make a big deal about it. But it's my replacement because for some reason Streamlabs decided that they can't interface with PayPal anymore unless I go to a business account. And doing that with my PayPal would have caused all kinds of problems, so I went to coffee instead, which...
Come on!
Oddly...
I'm starving!
I don't know what's going on with theirs, but they don't have that same problem, so I'm raising an eyebrow at Streamlabs. If I'm being honest. But Streamlabs disabled it for me. Like, they turned off tips because I didn't have a business account. So, I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, FE4 is 20% hit, but that's not what I'm talking about. Heroes is 20% attack. Which means there is often swings of like 8 to 10 damage before Triangle Death. You involve Triangle Death and you're taking like 20 extra damage. That's the numbers you need to enforce it. Because back in the day, like the first 4 years of Heroes, like, going against Weapon Triangle was pretty much gonna get you killed. Especially if your opponent was fast. Like, taking 40 extra damage when your hit point pool is like 35, maybe? Yeah, it's so cute now hearing that 20 extra damage for Faye. It's nothing now. Yeah, because you're ping-ponging damage reflection now, so it's like people are doing 100 damage per hit to each other. It's so dumb. So it's no longer Weapon Triangle anymore, it's how much damage reflection can you put up. "35 hit points and 40 attack with his fates." I mean... like, that's not really too different from some GBA stuff, even. In terms of that. It's just in GBA you have miss rates, but... yeah, like, you were usually... because most characters with personal weapons had, like, 16 attack base off of them. So the personal weapons would have 16, and then you'd have, like, your magic equivalent, or strength equivalent of, like, 25 or so. And consider that these are, like, Heroes characters are basically the equivalent of level 20. So their power is very much like endgame power for any given unit. So if you think about it that way, it's actually maybe a little bit low when you consider that personal weapons are basically legendary weapons. Or was low. It is, after all, a gacha game where we have now snowballed into units running around with like 90s in stats, and it's really dumb. Heroes is also has fixed growth, so it's automatically good. True. It's kind of surprising that with all Fate's power blow, personal weapons still have 16 might. I mean, it's because might is no longer very good, right, Yoshi? So why would they bloat the might when, you know, instead they can just give you 25 flat true damage? So now, you know, every personal weapon now just has 25 flat extra true damage, and that's just superior might, really, at the end of the day. You just hear ridiculous stuff about heroes. Yeah, I mean, it's what happens when money gets involved, right, with power creep. You inevitably hit a point where... where in order to attract the whales, they just have to keep escalating. Ross, what are you doing, man? Oh my god. We got a hero that can Gale Force 4 times. Yeah, I mean... there's also heroes that can do it 3 times, too. Actually, technically 4 times as well, if you consider. Because you can do, like, Felix with his 3 actions, or 3 attacks. Or, no, I guess... Yeah, I guess he'd have to have Gale Force plus the Edelgard engage, but he can do it. It's at least gotten more readable in the last year. Now they just give you a flat 25 and whatever, it's gonna give you 15% of one of your stats. I mean, yes, but also there's now bonuses to your entire team with it, or your team within 3 columns or 3 rows, or if they have effects like Coax or Bulwark active, or any number of the other SAS effects. So the math is just impossible to keep track of because there's 50 different effects going on per side on any given turn. And that's like a low amount. I could be bullshitting 99% of this and you wouldn't be able to tell. I mean, I wish I was bullshitting. This is the kind of escalation we've hit. We've hit a point where it's very common for characters to start pushing towards the 99 cap on sets. Because you have Rise Above and the Great Talent crap. Plus, you're stacking in stuff from Mythics or Legendaries. On top of other skills that also give +5 to all stats. You didn't know that heroes had stat caps? I mean, it was never practical to reach. For a long time. Like, 99 was just the cap because that was the highest they could display. They only had room for 2 digits. But, like, 99 was almost never practical to reach for the longest time. It was notable when someone did it with Arden for hit points. Because he had, like, 60 base or something like that. So you could stack it up, and it was a terrible build that didn't function. But it was a funny screenshot. But now we've got effects that bump stats so much that we're actually seeing people hit 80 or 90 displayed. And that's before accounting for all the passive hidden buffs that your skills and your team skills give you. So really, that 80 is actually probably more like 160. "99 hit point Arden wasn't terrible, he was the best unit in the game at Path of Loki scoring." Okay, so he had one not great mode that he was actually functional in. You can't wait for the rise above Sacred Steel or Seal? Oh boy. Just by the name alone, is the goal of Pawns of Loki to shitpost as much as possible? I mean... that wasn't the goal, but that's how it ended up. It's basically an auto chest that is just continuous shitposting. No, Ross! Well, I mean, I guess your hit rate's pretty bad. Oh boy, this is the thing, alright. Now the question is, who does he try to target? Does he try to fight Ross or Eirika, since neither of them took damage here? I mean, there's no way they could save Pawns of Loki at all with the way the power creep has functioned for the last 2 years. Like, how could they possibly change it in a way that would actually make it playable? Like, the mainline maps, like, the main game modes are barely playable as is with the power creep as they are, as it is. How do you explain Lone Wolf to someone who doesn't play Fae? Yeah, you can Gale Force on any attack and Gale Force by waiting. Actually, you take 2 turns would be inaccurate, though. Because you can technically take up to 3 actions. Because you could run up, wait to get your second action, then you move in an attack, and then you get a third action because you get a second attack because you attacked. And if you're engaged to Edelgard, you get another attack after that. Or if you have Gale Force, like actual Gale Force, you can trigger that. Or if you're engaged to Celica instead, you teleport around like an idiot as Felix and you attack anything you want. Positioning used to be a matter of controlling what ranges you were in and where you'd be able to go next turn. Now it's a matter of staying in your allies' buff zones. Yeah, I mean, you can still hang back and initiate, but like, initiation is only if you have like Emblem Lin engage or stuff like Byleth and their ridiculous 3-range style. Because otherwise you can't really reach the enemy team for initiation yourself, but those units do exist. And they're a thing that IS is selling. The way Faye works with choosing to keep tier 4 skills forever and never do tier 5 has kept the side effect, or has the side effect of the gulf between tier 3 and 4 getting ever wider. Yeah, it's not... I mean, it's a not great effect, but... honestly, I'd rather have that over... continuously adding more tiers and making the skill menu even more unreadable. Because, like, it's also already a pain to figure out what chains into which sometimes, in terms of inheritance. So it's just like, please, yes, this system has its problems, but actually bloating it would probably be worse. Apparently the new banner has anti-foresight snare skills, so maybe we can initiate again. I mean, we technically had that with Legendary Allays. Or if you used the actual Emblem Lyn in your team, you could just shoot their backline. Like that's basically what I ended up doing to get around Foresight Snare. But I guess a more global answer to it might be nice, for sure. It's too bloated already. Tier 1 through 3 skills are meaningless. I mean, yes. But bloating it to tier 5 would just make tier 4 skills end up being meaningless, and now it's even more unreadable and terrible. Have we gotten to B swords on Eirika already? No. We're actually only 40% of the way there somehow. You too trigger happy, you just run in on turn 1? Oh no. That's like the worst thing you can do in Ether raids now. I mean, not that I don't usually check it myself to see if I can disrespect the team on turn 1, but... a lot of the teams I face, they usually have save tanks where... something like stacking up multiple valleys, so it's just like, oh yeah. If I initiate on any of their team, they don't die, so I basically just waste my action. We've all convinced you that the best way to play Heroes is to just look up your waifu on FEWiki and go to the image section to view the JPEGs for free. I mean, unironically at this point, yes. Very much yes. Heroes is not a game that I would recommend anyone get into anymore. I'm just a little overly invested at this point, so I keep playing. There are aspects of it that I still somewhat enjoy, but... I've been starting to wonder if I should just quit as time has gone on, because the power creep is getting to be... I don't know, they're reaching a level of comically stupid that I never thought they would actually reach. Yeah, Mythic Lyn plus Emblem encourage your prime, probably. Clearly. Heroes is not only dying, they're pretty obviously killing on purpose so they can launch a replacement with Fortune's Wave. I don't know, would they? I don't know if they'd launch an actual replacement. I feel like that would probably make the whales too angry to actually have a player base that actually stays around for the new game. I feel like once the game's dead, it's probably just dead. Like, maybe they do something else later, but... There's no modes that are fun to play anymore. Yeah. Ether raids used to be the last holdup for me, but I'm starting to wonder how much fun it is anymore with how stupid the power creep is. So Uma's gonna get in global? I mean... Kinda how it is now. Summer Gold Ship kinda ruined the game, not gonna lie. They already released Shadows and nobody cared. I mean, Shadows is in no way a replacement for Heroes. It's just another bandwagon social deduction game that's whatever. Yes, that's... or it's an alt. It is the summer swimsuit version of Gold Ship. And the reason she breaks the game is because her inheritable unique allows triggering 2 skills regardless of their actual trigger conditions, which is wrecking all kinds of havoc in PvP that's already extremely precariously not balanced. Heroes is dying suspiciously abruptly, as bad as the balance was, it still printed money as a waifu collector. I mean, yeah, but like... I think we're at a point where the whales want both the waifus and for the waifus to be really strong. And there's only so much more power scaling they can do before the interface is absolutely unable to handle it anymore. Like, without a complete overhaul, what are they gonna do with the current interface once things start to push way too far? To the point where every unit is hitting 99 displayed stats. Is Skibidi Riz in the game yet? No. If they do introduce Skibidi Riz, that's probably a long ways away. Oh my god, Ross. You had such a promising start, and now we have this. Ugh. Well, we have 5 defense on Eirika, but, that strength is... it's not going anywhere. I forgot that Skibidi Riz is the hordes. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the point for some people, is naming their horses the dumbest things possible to make the commentators say the dumbest things possible. Six speed, yeah, that was a promising start. That's nearly the average for level 10. Yeah, I mean, like, he had a level that was strength and speed, and then for a bit he was alternating strength and speed. So, like, he was getting those offenses moving, and then now he's just not. He's going back to average Ross, which is kind of bunk. Eirika's also doing what Lynn did. Yeah, I don't know if she's getting the ball quite as well as Lynn did. But I guess if she ends up like Lynn, I'll be happy, because that means that after she gets into the back half of Tier 1 through all of Tier 2, she'll just gain strength like crazy. But, you'll have to forgive me if I'm pressing X to doubt. He's better than Garcia, you guess? Yeah. And Ross is gonna be one of the ones who gets forced to play by the rules, so... If he's better than Garcia, at least, you know, we're getting somewhere, maybe. So Eirika and Ross are giving up their strength for Joshua. You know, it would be about time for one of the sword masters, like actual sword masters, to get blessed. Because if we consider it, across both Sakai runs, for Binding Blade, the most blessed units were Wolt and Shin. So both of the both bow units. And one of them wasn't even a Sakan. And then Blazing Blade, it was Lynn, who is... I mean, basically just a foot nomad, really, if you consider it. And then... I guess technically Eliwood was our second, but we didn't get enough levels, so... Even though he was technically blessed, he was still useless. But again, that Eliwood was also a non-Sakan. So far... Units that end up preferring bows in the latter half of their career, or even, like, their entire career, were the blessed Sakans in the last two. So surely, for the Jehanna run, one of Joshua or Marisa will get strength blessed like crazy, right? Or Gerik. Yes, if Gerik takes off too, I guess we'll count that, even though he can't be a swordmaster. Actually, you know what? It would be really funny if Gerik was the one, because that would be... the ranger gets it. And that would mean all three games would have a bow preference unit. That's the one that got blessed out of the core squad. So you know what? It would be justice if Joshua or Marisa got it, but you know what? I would accept if Gerik got it too, because it would be funny. Yeah, it's simple math. Okay, well, let's get out of here, I guess. We did loot everything, right? The issue with that is that a massively strength-less Marisa probably saw a strength problem. That's true. I guess the question is if we get a Marisa like that... will she have worse or better or more or less problems than Carla? Because, like, I think it takes a special kind of bad to be given almost every stat booster in the game and still struggle as much as she did. How long have we been here? Oh, well, we've gotten really distracted talking about game balance. Yeah, I guess me mentioning heroes really tangented us super hard. So I guess on that topic, the second game, or I guess set of spin-offs, technically speaking, that have Weapon Triangle be as impactful as Heroes used to have it be, is the Warriors games, where it's like, oh, yes, you deal 60% less damage and take 80% more damage for being at triangle disadvantage. Maybe you shouldn't be at triangle disadvantage if you don't want to die in half of a second. So that is how you enforce Weapon Triangle. You simply make the target instantly detonate, and people will pay attention to it. Alternatively, be so far ahead on level? I mean, how far ahead do you have to be to negate 80% extra damage against you? The Weapon Triangle is cool and all, but what about 20 times effective weapons? True. A weapon is effective, make it do 5 times damage and ignore defense. Yeah, I mean, that might be a way to actually check horses and flyers a little bit better. Well, I guess as long as the game doesn't give the player a bonded shield again, that might cause problems with any kind of damage scaling. Heavy Warriors Weapon Triangle felt like it mostly existed to kill the units you weren't controlling if you didn't come bail them out. I mean, if you were on the ball directing them to make sure they were fighting at advantage, usually those units didn't have a problem. Or even at neutral, usually they didn't have chances of dying. So it's kind of like it's a bit of a micro check. But even so, like, for the unit you're controlling, if you're not careful, you can easily die in 2 seconds if you're caught against triangle disadvantage. Unless you're really overgeared and overleveled, it's easy to just explode. Me advocating for explosions and chemical warfare? Wait, when did I ever say chemical warfare? I only said exploding. Not level, but a Forge plus 99 relic that'll knock some sense into someone, anything, surely. I mean, yeah, if you have a weapon that lets you just overpower the stats, sure, I guess. Yeah, if you have triangle advantage and warriors, you can basically just unlock the enemy. Yeah. Although, wait, with Hope's combat arts and spells make it so you don't even need triangle advantage too. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, are you being frozen forever by Blizzard? Are you being juggled forever by Bolganon? Oh, that's a shame. Alright, this map. Hey, and Arthur's here. Hi. You are also a required unit. Or rather, I guess, one who is required to take deployment slots. don't think this game has any maps where the deployment is low enough that we start having the Jehanna units push people out. I guess the other supports could push other supports out, but I feel like Archer is one of the ones who's less likely to get pushed out by other Jehanna supporters. Gave you a really funny shitpost weapon idea. Siege Tome that inflicts 100% Berserk status, but also Berserks a user with no way to cure it until 2 turns have passed. What? Wait, doesn't that mean that the Berserk will Berserk the Siege Tome user, and then the Siege Tome user will start attacking whatever's in range, too? So on an enemy, what probably happens is it just starts berserking half of its allied forces. Warriors 1 balance is cool and all, but watch you spam Wyvern Dash heavy 50 times a minute and win it. Or, I remember the twins. The twins have something in their combo that can stun and open someone up to, even at neutral, to being broken. It's been a while, but I remember when I did I redded the speed run for it. That was how I handled Corrupted Darius. Because I pushed him out of his power-up room and pinned him against the wall with the stun lock. It was just like 3 minutes of doing that. Oh, everyone can force the light stun bar in neutral. It becomes a heavy stun if it's an advantage. Alright, so maybe it's just the ease of getting it in the combo to land. It's been a while since I looked at my notes, but now that I'm thinking about it, I did it with them, and it would be probably more advantageous to do it with a Lance user if I had one. But for whatever reason, that's how I redded it. And there must have been a practical reason why. Siege Tome that inflicts Berserk status 100% of the time and also Corrosion? So lots of staring angrily? Just use Ryoma and win anything that isn't a triangle disadvantage because his moveset is big down. I want to say that Ryoma was probably doing other things on that map. Which is why Liana was stuck in the middle dealing with Darius. I can't remember at this point, it's been so long. But I just remember doing like a 3-minute juggle against him. Because otherwise you have to do the entire sequence, which takes much longer. Are we gonna need Pyroros this run? Well, I mean, I want to meme with the Super Journeyman setup. So that's what we're probably going after? That, like, the correct optimal play would probably be Pirate. Warrior Ross so he can get blessed as the bow guy. You make a compelling argument. Real play with Ross and Garcia to make them both warriors. Surely that can't go wrong. Yeah, totally not, especially considering that Garcia probably gets force benched eventually. Alright, I guess he doesn't need the lockpick here. Actually, you know what? Grab Gilliam over Garcia, and then Ross can just steal Garcia's weapons. This is kind of awkward, because Ross can gain 2 levels, and then we have to wait until the next map before he gets to change classes. You haven't seen Super Journeyman Ross in ages? I mean, there's really no reason to, practically speaking, most of the time. So the only time it comes up is when someone like me decides to meme it, because it really is just like objectively worse Berserker. We're just waiting for Holy Woman to join her husbando, Joshua. It's true. Yeah, actually, I think that is a lock. So we will, in effect, even though La Rochelle isn't a real trainee unit, I consider her a trainee unit. So this is likely a run where we use at least 3 trainee units. Is there a better love story than Holy Woman and Sinner Man? If anime has taught me anything, no. You cannot possibly get anything better than that. It is true peak. Does Ross? Ah, Ross is fast enough to double the monsters! Which is really a thing that I shouldn't have to utter, but like, normally Ross does have problems doubling these monsters. Holy Woman La Rochelle or Holy Woman Natasha? I mean, La Rochelle is the more off-the-wall pick. 'Cause I'm pretty sure we did Natasha and Joshua for only feet. So yeah, I think if we can get it to work, I think we're gonna gun for Joshua x La Rochelle. The biases aside, Marshall is basically a Trinity unit. I mean, yeah. I just say... Because she technically isn't because she's in a real tier 1 class, but she basically functions like one. So, like, technically speaking, it would be correct to say that she is not a trainee, but boy, is her journey a difficult one. Marshall as Joshua's only attack-facing support. Gasp. In an alternate universe, Marshall could promote it to a maid. I think it is a good thing that the universe does not exist, because there is nothing more terrifying than an anime maid. And she would simply be too powerful, and the universe would collapse. Wait, Joshua has 4 ice supports? Really? How did that happen? What is game balance? Level 1 staff GBA units are basically trainees. True? Although... Marshall starts at what, level 3, doesn't she? I mean, it's not much better than level 1, but it's still some midway. Cope. Natasha, Arthur, Inez, and Marisa. Huh. That's curious. Because, like, the Sacred Stone's cast isn't that big, right? So how did we end up with 4 ice supports that are all concentrated around Joshua? I support something Ludo narrative. I've been wanting to get out of the desert heat. Oh boy. You imagine it's just a coincidence? I suppose, but it's a very strange coincidence. Oh right, Luch is here, and unfortunately, she doesn't support the Jehanna, so... She's not gonna have an opportunity to do too much. Is Roth gonna be able to do enough damage here? Gasp! He does. He has to hit though. Whoa, Ross did it. He can kill a zombie. That has basically no stats. Aha, Colm can reach it. I can't wait for Ross to have enough con for that to not weigh him down. One day. Yeah, we probably could just bait this in and then we feed it to Ross as well, or Vanessa, but probably Ross. And once we're sure Ross is level 10, then I guess maybe Vanessa gets a little bit so that she can handle the spiders and the fog map, but we don't want to invest too much in her because she's going to eventually get pushed out and our real flyer is going to be Tana. Yeah, the Tethys support is one of the Jehannan supports for Archer. I think he might be able to support with one of the others, though. Like one of the other Jehannan supports. Because, like, the rules don't say, or we didn't decide with the rules that you have to support other, or Jehannan specifically. At least, that's not how I've been playing it. So, like, Tana will be free to support with Eirika, for instance. No, I guess Archer doesn't have any other options, does he? Because otherwise he does Loot, Cormag, and Nami, who all don't support Jehanna units. Well, rip Archer. You tend to do Tana Ephro. Well, that's not something we're gonna want to do here. Like, in a normal run, I would potentially pursue that, because, you know, Ephraim's just better, but... technically speaking, Ephraim is mostly banned in this run. We'll see if we have any, like, actual free slots for him down the line. But outside of when he's force deployed, he's just not going to be coming along. So we're going to have a very underpowered Ephraim. Which is probably not going to be really that much different from when we feed Ephraim. Because we had to stop doing anything with him, since promoting him would give him a horse. So at level 20, those were his stats, full stop. He still gets 10 auto levels and promo bonuses with Sigmund stats. Yeah, it's something. Something to help him out, yeah. And he probably will sweep 5x, yeah, because it's not like Kyle or Ford are relevant to any of the Jehanna units. But he'll still not be as good as he could be, is the point. So he should still be functional whenever he's actually force deployed. But he's not going to be present very often, because he's not going to be force deployed too many times. So, like, he's simply going to be force benched by the rules, regardless of how strong he ends up being. Do we even have any Nightcrest users? No? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think we do. Like, these are all largely... Actually, largely foot units. All things considered. Actually, wait. Technically speaking, Amelia could be a Nightcrest user. Amelia supports Ewan. So she could technically do it. Hmm. So yeah, if for some reason we do Amelia, we could... Man, is this just turning into a quad trainee run? Plus the Jehannas? And Tana's here too, I guess. I mean, if we're doing Flunky Paladin or Grey Knight, it would probably make more sense to do Amelia so that she can provide her support. And that she has slot priority so that, you know, she can be there at times where we have full deployments, so then... If nothing else, her rescue range could be a fixture that Ford simply can't afford us. If I want a Flunky Paladin, might as well deploy Seth. Yeah, there's that too. If we have a non-support slot, Seth probably takes it. Otherwise, yeah, Amelia would make the most sense. Because she'll be allowed to be deployed as a Flunky Paladin / Great Knight. In... using one of the support slots. So she would actually be allowed to be more present. Now, whether or not that presence would actually be good is debatable, but... I mean, rescue utility is rescue utility, regardless of how bad her stats are, right? Oh, Ross might be back to alternating speed and strength, which... If I'm being honest, I'll take it if he wants to keep alternating speed and strength. Just stop giving me the 2 levels that were before this. Alright, we do have a break hitting. I need to go refill my water, because I forgot to refill or fill up my secondary bottle, so I'm out. So, be right back. Alright, and we're back. Would be the competition for non-Jehanna related units if there are enough slots. It's not gonna be many, because it's hard. Yeah, Seth or Ephraim, basically. Ormig's probably not strong enough really in like compared to them to consider. But also, like, the supports... Like, the actual supports have a pretty good set of safety nets, because we get Sayla and, Inez, so there's that. How often does Ephraim get forced? That's a good question. I know in the final chapter for sure. And then obviously 5X and the one following. Oh yeah, and also in the Jehanna Desert he shows up. So there's like 4 maps. There might be more, but I don't remember. I don't remember what those ones might be. Nope. Alright, Archer chooses violence. Technically, he's not a reinforcement in the desert. Well, I mean, if we're saying it that way, he's also not a force supply, he's a reinforcement when Orson backstabs Eirika as well. So there's that. Yeah, I'm not sure. You can tell I'm not the most familiar with Sacred Stones anymore. Because I don't remember what the actual force supply is for anyone. Aside from the final map. And then, you know, just back-mathing it by, like, yeah, okay, Ephraim shows up for plot-relevant things in these maps, so, you know, he's a reinforcement, she's effectively force deployed. But it's not something I can just say, oh yeah, off the top of my head, it's these. Yeah, if it's anyone who's on the map is allowed to be used. So it's not as strict as when I did only feet. Because I effectively think of it like this. It's basically the game giving me slots that are dedicated to the non, or possibly some of them are actual support characters. So it's just them. It's giving me extra slots, and the units are fixed. So we just deal with it. Seth definitely just does too much damage. And everyone does too little. which makes feeding awkward. Wiki pages for 16 through 20 all say that only one Lord is force supplied. So it seems like it's just endgame after they rejoin. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah, generally speaking, if I need a slot for someone who is needed to recruit a Jehanna unit or a Jehanna unit support and we're short on slots for some reason, we'll make an exception, but that's only come up once so far where I needed Milady for Zeiss in Binding Blade. Uh-oh. Eirika's trying to suffer from success. Iron Sword, by the way. Just bulky enough. Eirika getting a little too big for her miniskirt there. Or almost, I guess. Technically speaking, she survived it, but that was pretty bad. This game definitely has a lot fewer drastic deployment slot shifts than FE7 does. Yeah, I mean, FE7 is kind of the king of just being like, by the way, you have almost no deployment slots. I don't know if there's any other games in the series that come close to doing the same thing. Like, we get a taste of it with mid-game Psalm and Engage, but otherwise it's like... I don't think there's anything else that is just like as trolly as Blazing Blade for that. Whoa, speed defense res. Okay, Arthur. Engage tends to slowly increase deployment slots as the game progresses. I mean, mostly. But like, again, there was that weird bit in Psalm where it's like... Oh yeah, here's a map where you only have 6 deployment slots. Here's a map following that. I think it's 9 deployment slots, or is it 8? That was after previously having around 10. And then it goes back to 10 or more. And then Seedle happens and it's like, oh, by the way, we're dropping like 3 deployment slots again. And it's just, wait, what? I mean, it's not necessarily bad deployment, it's just like weird trolliness where it oscillates the deployment slots. So like, that's basically the closest to what Binding Blade or Blazing Blade does, and hey, that's still a far cry away from what Blazing Blade does. Gracia does it a bit. The Leaf makes a stupid mistake chapter has a huge minimum deployment limit. For story reasons. Yeah, Gracia does oscillate it a little bit, but... Yeah, maybe ties with Engage for being the next closest. Because it kind of oscillates it a lot with Guidance. But otherwise mostly doesn't. Yeah, the Leaf makes a mistake is kind of like an exception where it's suddenly really huge, but... I want to say Thracia is still like a far ways away from as weird about it as Blazing Blade gets. Like, nothing touches Blazing Blade's oscillation and then suddenly throwing you down to 2 deployment for Hector's Cave. Yeah, the soul maps reduce slots according to people who are joining, yes. Yeah, it technically happens in Brodia as well with Chris' team. But I think it's a little bit annoying in Solm just because emblems are kind of a big deal, and you might have units with inheritance and whatnot. So it's very much still impactful, even though you are getting Marin and Panette, who are pretty strong. Yeah, that's true, but I mean, Lucina's Paralog also stays kind of true to Awakening that way, so... But, like, I don't know. I don't know how you would change that map to do higher deployment anyway. Because it's not like that arena is particularly big. What, is Tamir gonna join in Axtown? Oh, so that you feel like you want to engage with Ike, so you have the hammer instead, I guess? But, I mean, also, yeah, weapon triangle doesn't matter too much, technically speaking. I think the bigger problem is that Tamara shows up with a lance she thinks she can wield when it's... It has the weight of a small pickup truck. Because it's basically the devs going, hey, what if we gave you a fast unit? Except we gave you this unit with a weapon set that takes away almost all of her speed. What if we gave you the Steel Lance Pegasus Knights from FE7? You know, that's a pretty good way of putting it. Alright, he just needs to chip one or two more times. I kinda tempted to try my only feat challenge and engage, partly as an excuse to actually use the backup mechanic, which feels too unreliable normally. Yeah, it is pretty unreliable, although you do get pretty funny memes if you do a handful of backup characters and you inherit Dual Assist Plus. It's not a great use of SP, but it is shockingly functional. It's just there are so many other things you could do that are significantly better. But that's kind of part of what I ended up doing with my first run. Because I wasn't doing bonded shield sweeping in it, so it was like... use my strongest units to initiate, and possibly pick up dual assists, and canter backwards and drop the core and fire vein, and then just have the enemies never get to me. But yeah, with sticking to more meta strats, for sure, Sage Bonded Shielded is stronger. Bad use of SP, but now we can just prey upon the well to get nonsense. True. But if we're doing that, there's a lot bigger nonsense you can use. Especially if you're doing DLC stuff. What if Vantage and Reprisal? Or Holdout and Reprisal? He is doubling this. Or one-shotting with a hand axe, I guess. Alright, you know, whatever, we'll just... if he gets the kill, he gets the kill, and then we can let him hang out for the rest of the map. And more strength. Although the one stat at a time is concerning, even if it is one of the core stats. What if you just skip the bonded shield and slap sword on a sage? No, that's true. You can in fact do that. When Eirika is so noodle armed that she forces this to be a 3-hit KO on the snag. Truly, this is peak Fire Emblem. Sword Master situated with Crom engaged. Imagine I'm a mage knight. It's true. Well, I guess if nothing else, this is farming Eirika up to B rank. Will she finally gain strength? No, she will not. I'm not so sure this Eirika is turning out like the Lyn did. The other game that seemed interesting was Path of the Radiance, because Mounts dominate in that game. It'd be nice to have an excuse to train Tormod as the unit with the best movement. Yeah, he does have an awkward join time. So I did give consideration to him, but ultimately... I felt like it was too late to train him. This was when with Maniac. So it's probably a lot more feasible to do it with him on hard. That's why he needs the excuse to be trained, you know, that's true. Oh. Eirika's feeling pretty violent. Yes. More monsters, you say? Well, I guess time to go feast. It's a shame that Ross is capped out for the map right now. These are really easy targets for him. Yeah, we see it so skewed towards Swordmasters, for sure. Actually, late joining Swordmasters is the problem. Which, I guess technically it's the same... Yeah, it was the same count across both Elite games. For total Swordmasters, but... Binding Blade had 2 of them show up earlier, so it was a bit more palatable. Whereas Blazing Blade, we have Guy, long pause, then we have to deal with Wrath being trash, even though he's not a Swordmaster. Then Carol being aggressively okay, and then Karwa being trash. He could just throw the hand axe around for more weapon experience, that's true. Or I guess even bait one of them with the iron axe. How much does that actually slow him down? 10? Okay, it's only down to 4, so... He actually still doubles. Okay, well, yeah. Alright. So he'll just probably kill them. Actually, let's see. 17 attack? Maybe he doesn't kill them. No, never mind. He does, in fact, own these because they have absolutely no stats. Yeah, Binding Blade also had the Nomad show up earlier, so... Even though Sue was not great, she definitely felt so much more palatable than Wrath. And then Shin got super blessed, so really didn't feel like Shin was too much of a problem, but he probably could have been an issue. Nope. Holm is spinning to win, apparently. Yeah, meanwhile there was Barter, who was just stuck being trained for Carla and wasn't any better than her despite being trained for longer. And part of that was him being speed screwed, but like... It's not like he's normally that fast either. So if we consider him, if he had, say, like, 5 more speed, I don't think that would have done much. That would have basically let him double armors and not be doubled by the enemy wyverns. That's it. And even with, like, say, 5 more defense, because I'm pretty sure he was also defense screwed, he still would have ended up being... like, 4-hit KO'd. Which I guess if he's not being doubled by the wyverns would have been fine, but it's a big problem against the other stuff. Because when every other class doubles him and... Wait, what? Why did it just rally to Gilliam and stop? Eirika and Arthur are right here. I don't understand. I guess it's giving me a free vulnerary to do it, but that was completely random. I don't know what the AI was doing. You feel like there's also a huge psychological difference between 8 speed and 13 speed? I mean... Sort of. Because, let's be honest, 13 speed is still not super functional. At least at that point of the game. Because it really doesn't hit any speed thresholds. Because if we consider the amount of armors on that map... Oh, Vanessa, what? The amount of armors on that map were entirely on the left side at the start. Actually, no, almost entirely. There were, like, 3 sets of reinforcements that Clown carried out afterward. But for the most part, it was... stuff that was either just, like, way off to the side, or being covered by magic users and cavalry. And then it's not like he was doubling the wyvern, so his ability to actually fight wyverns is pretty whatever. So it's just the question of what would he have actually been good for, even if he wasn't stat screwed? It's still bad, but it's not as comical. I suppose, yeah. But yeah, it definitely is like a notable problem in that he just doesn't make many benchmarks. So... we would basically have been expecting him to Killer Axe crit his way through the wyverns, probably, if we were wanting him to deal with them. And even if he had 15 defense instead of 10, they would have chipped him down fairly quickly. In part because... like, even Hector was taking chip damage and he had like 26 defense, so... At 15, Barter would have gotten himself into trouble real fast. He 100% makes the benchmark of not dying to Carla in the arena with an iron. Yay! Alright, some magic. That said, I do want to reiterate that Barter did have better contributions, like actual contributions over Carla. There were definitely a few moments, like key moments, where I needed another body and he was there and he was able to fight like a Battle Before Dawn mage 1v1-ish. And take pressure off of Guy and Priscilla. So like, he's a bad unit, but he was still able to do things. Kara was just a bad unit that we had to feed the entire time. People like to meme on FE7 like it's FE8 tier easy, but the endgame enemies, they're actually enemies. Yeah, the promoted ones are, anyway. Like, most actually properly raised and supported units will kind of just roll through the unpromoted enemies in the last leg. And then need to actually put some effort into fighting the promoted enemies. So it's a bit of a half and half there for enemy quality, but I think it really says something that units like Barter or Karwa can end up in a position where they just can't function against those enemies. Because like, those tier 1s aren't that difficult. I can forgive them for having problems against the promoted enemies, but like, they shouldn't be getting beat up by the tier 1 fodder. Yeah, there's endgame itself, where the enemy quality is a lot higher, but Athos kind of comes in as a safety measure, just in case. Who do we want to give this to? Like, technically speaking... Since Eirika is the highest level of the core, should probably give the kill to her. And so we chip with Calm. Otherwise, Archer or Vanessa will end up killing. Actually, we also need to be careful about Archer's Lightning Tome, because we already used up over half of it. Real smooth, Cole. Wow, he got strength and defense. Matthew could never. Lim's still on kind of crazy defenses. You're almost convinced it's balanced around Phil's might. Either Phil's might or getting nailed by a brave weapon. It's like, a good paladin with a good brave weapon will still chunk her pretty hard. Even without Phil's might. But I guess you're still probably looking for a crit at that point, unless you have Phil's might. Or I suppose you could pummel her dance and then pummel her again. That's an option. See her survive a sane brave quad twice in a row. Yeah, there are definitely moments in most of the games that are less than trivial too. Like, even with Epi 8, the Ralston Defend map is kind of spooky if you play it straight up. Only Leon feels this bulky in this game compared to him saw the endgame revived bosses. I mean, there are the Draco zombies too. Actually, can't remember. We don't have to do anything special with his tier 1 to have access to Super Journeyman, right? Or do we? Where's the documentation on this stuff? Oh. Maybe the save file doesn't... Yeah, because we have to be able to go to a tier 1 version. Huh. Yeah, I guess we can't do the super trainees. Because I would need to be able to select Journeyman again here. Yeah, I guess the requirement is having beaten both routes. And I don't think this save file had an Eirika clear. Well, I guess we'll have Super Trini open for the next playthrough, since we're doing Eirika around here. Halt, you're having a bit too much fun. Thanks, Flame Emperor. Alright, well I guess we'll go Pirate and have superior Super Journeyman. Well, I guess that means that I have incentive to do another run later, where I do all 3 trainees and their super classes for giggles. There go our Hero Crest problems. Yeah, I guess so. Alright, he spawns in afterward. I think the prices in here are being skewed by the normal, or the armor, or double prices in the ad hoc armory. So I don't think this is supposed to be this expensive in the actual shop. Ah, Natasha exists. I'll probably continue using Mulder, just because it's handy to have 2 staffers. But at some point he's gonna get pushed out. But at that point we probably just replace him with like promoted Archer, or maybe Laura Shell. If she joins at the correct time for that. Inflation has hit Magval. Yes, everyone heard Natasha talking about the impending doom and all the prices went up. It's a truly tragic state of affairs. And then the steel. I guess this makes Joshua our first official Jehanna unit. Since everyone else so far is a recruited force supply is, or it's potential recruited force supply as a supports of those particular characters. I keep forgetting to grab... Oh wait, she hits on Franz. Well, I guess I'll just take Gilliam's for now. Get these guys out of the way as soon as we can. We need to recruit our boy. Ross takes a little bit of damage. Maybe I shouldn't have damaged him. Although, actually, Eirika might still not be able to kill him. Yeah, I guess she does. Well, it could become a problem. If she wants to suffer from success. The fucking priests all look the same if you squint hard enough. Yeah, man. Like, it really is kind of just the same sprite. But one has a staff and one doesn't. Actually, I should really be pulling this with Ross. That's kind of silly of me. There's the B swords. Yeah, not quite enough damage here. If Eirika had gained 1 strength, she would have been fine, but no, she decided not to. So I guess Colm could go for the finisher. That's a really not good back hit right though. So Frost at least survives this. Although, this archer probably goes for Seth, just because I have him with a sword instead of being able to counter. No, actually going to try to team up on him. Oh my god. Eirika is Eirikaing. Archer is having troubles doubling this. That's fantastic. More magic. Hey, he actually got luck too. Ooh, 4 damage. Still no strength. 10 levels in. This really do be demonstrating why Emblem Eirika needed Lunar Brace. It's almost a, you know, acknowledgement that she really doesn't have strength, full stop. Let's see. Josh doubles. Problem is that we live 1 crit, but we don't live 2. I guess the alternative is we just throw unarmed Seth in there. Which I think makes more sense. Good job, Seth. Hooray! Jehanna character acquired. Let's see, it's what, 11 and 10? So he can just, like, jump in the middle. No problem. Ross can take on this soldier. All is right in the world. Got him. We even saved the durability. But that time we T-posed. Yeah, there we go. The price looks a little more normalized here. Actually, I guess it's not double. It was a 50% increase. Ross is very good at getting beamed, which, I mean, I guess it is more an attaching experience. Hooray! A Ross skill fixing book. Well, he has a lot of strength, and he is getting a little more bulk, but... yeah, I think that base defense is not helping him a whole lot. He's running a little bit into the barter problem. Oof, that hit right. Alright, well, I guess Josh could just do a 5% crit. Not the best first level, not gonna lie. %2 crit from Ross. Ross, please, save those for your growths. You really don't need to T-pose on that man. Well, this juicy experience backed up too. Natasha's gonna need like 5 turns. Also, I guess do we consider... Because like, since I'm planning to use both healers, most likely... We could do a Natasha B with Joshua and then do the Lara Shell A. Otherwise, I guess... Otherwise, we're doing the Artur. I guess we might... If we keep Artur on, we might need to do the Artur one instead. Because Artur's only supports our Tethys and Joshua as far as what's legal. So I suppose... Suppose it probably depends on how hard we think we're gonna lean on Artur. I suppose as far as the non-Lara Shell supports go, they're all the same to Joshua, really. They provide the exact same bonuses. He always crits, he doesn't need the growths. It's true. It's a very big brain play. Yeah, so I think we're gonna build towards... I guess it'll be the Lara Shell A and the Archer B for him. And then I guess we'll inflict Tethys upon Archer. Or hit the A support there. Oh boy. This boy is nothing but HP and strength right now. It really is just turning into Barter 2.0. I am afraid. Both throwing weapons. Let's see, we don't need bows. We also have way more iron axes than we know what to do with. Probably don't need more iron lances, so really it was just the swords. Defense is very rep right now. I guess Eirika got all the defense. Actually, who builds with Ross again? Gerik and Ewan. So it'll be a little bit before we start working on anything for him, which will probably be not so good for his survivability. Yeah, Ross has got this, I guess. Hey, more strength and speed, but still no defense. Oh boy. Yeah, that's a... I forget we get a super early guiding ring. So it's... Ross is starting to look a little less like Barter and a bit more like the first Binding Blade Deke that I streamed. Who had all the strength and the speed, and leveled defense like maybe 4 times during the entirety of the playthrough. But the Lot and Wade... Or actually, no wait, that was... Was that... No, that would have been the only feat run, I think. Because he would support a Lot and Wade, and it ended up not mattering that he had no defense because nothing could hit him anyway. Alright, I need to step away for 1 second, and then we will have Ephraim mostly soak up the experience here, but unlike the only feat run, we can use the calves to help weaken things so that we're not here for 50 turns. So be right back. Alright. And we're back, and it's time for fun with Emblem. I don't know why he brought a steel lance. I don't know why most of the team brought a steel lance. I guess Ephraim was like, what if we simply didn't consider how important attack speed is? Well, I guess these soldiers are so bad they're getting doubled by the steel lance anyway. I guess we could use Orson to bait some of these enemies out too, because like this iron bow won't do any damage. Once we deal with these guys, you can commence with the face tanking. Nice. Conserving uses, although I guess that'll be less of a concern for him since he's only deployed in 4 more maps after this. Neither of them weaken this guy properly, and then Orson just kills. Alright, well, we'll just go in, and if Ephraim whiffs, then we'll just give it... I guess they both have to attack, don't they? Really, it's kind of troll that they're like, yeah, you should just have steel lances. Ah yes, the T-pose crit on the armor. Alright, strength speed, and a little bit of extra bulk. Alright, nice. Actually reduces the RNG a little bit there. Then we didn't need to make the second hit. And we saved some durability. Perfect. bit of bulk is nice. Unsurprisingly, he's definitely growing better than Eirika. It's not hard. Eirika's the GBA sword word. Yep. That's why I said unsurprisingly. Well, strength is strength. IMG Feast. Finally got tagged again. Took a bit. Bubbles could definitely be a bit better. Could be way worse, it's true. Definitely a little annoying. Some nice res, I guess. Of course, the funny thing is he's still gaining at a pretty good rate here. Alright, more offenses. All the offenses. He's almost level 12. He's level 5, so he's still worth so much. Okay, that line's looking pretty solid. Wish Eirika would put the same amount of effort in, but you know, it's Eirika. Easy peasy. I think the calves are good with the equipment they have now. So we're out. What for you? Is there actually an indicator for... There we go. It's like, I'm pretty sure there were other places with javelins before. Wait, and hand axes. Arctic Fox. let's give a fresh javelin to Vanessa. Well, we haven't gone too much out of her levels, so not sure how well she's actually gonna do against the spider. We shall see, though. Ah, there he is. There is Halberd Boy. Yeah, not the greatest level. force is definitely a bit annoying to navigate. I think I'm gonna refrain from watching the direct. I'm trying not to know too much going into it. Yeah, I mean, that's generally how I like to do the games. Makes things more interesting that way. My helper now. missing the kill there. So probably get healed by the Troubadour. Kind of an annoying spot for these guys to be in. Yeah, Colm hit the guy. It didn't really matter in the end for damage, but I guess it did give him experience. I guess that guy wants to be fully healed before he tries to come out again. Nice. Hey, he got some res too. Damn, Colm is just face tanking it. Oh, he ran off to get healed by a different guy. How greedy. So it's not doing a whole lot here. Nice. 20 Eirika crits. Let's go. Also a funny crit from Arthur. Well, Josh tried, I guess. Well, God level for Seth. Make up for that single hit point level before, I guess. War crimes. War crimes encouraged by drops. Oh boy. The enemy healer is doing funny healer things. We're doing Eirika, because it has the most amount of Jehanna maps, even though it's not by a ton. Well, he's getting magic, but he's not really getting speed. One of those things where I guess thankfully the enemy is really slow, but...
And now!
Good deal. Thanks for the Prime resub. Appreciate the support. You did this almost a month ago and the notification won't go away. Yes, Twitch likes to nag you about doing the notifications for whatever reason. Go away, spooters! Don't pick on little girls. I don't remember if mounts can cross. Mountains in this game. I think they should be able to. It just costs, I think, like 5 movement, but we can also drop Ross here and we'll see what we can make happen. Otherwise, I guess we could just go in and murder the boss with Joshua. Oh boy, that's a great start. I like how that tile keeps triggering the little girl. She's so terrified of watching it play the Pegasus. As long as they leave the Orions both alone, who cares if the civilians get eaten? Now that's just rude. She said something different that time. Close, but not quite. Catch it with pretty cool accuracy, though, against the spider. It's higher than I expected. Vanessa is having a time. I was not expecting it to trigger the girl while she was being held by Seth. Eh, some defense. What's the crit on Arthur? Pretty not cool. There we go. Good job, Ross. There you go. Don't worry, little girl, you are now safe being dropped into this random mountain. We're gonna mount all this damage for as much experience as we can get. And that, as they say, is that. Very Myrmidon level. Hooray, money! Did want to buy. I guess the question is how many javelins will actually use. Seth will be around for a little bit longer, but the majority of what's probably being used is going to be the hand axes with Ross as far as throwing weapons go. Buy a couple more. Forgot that there was torch staves for sale. Should have bought one of those to help boost some Tash up. Yes, I think this was One of these guys has the steel ball. Yeah, there we go. Energy ring on this guy. But so many characters want it. Eirika wants it, Joshua wants it. Time for Roth and Josh to get to work again, I guess. Hey, he finally got defense! It only took 17 levels. No big deal. mean, fortunately, it's just gonna be the same as most first-party full-price games, right? I'm under no illusions that anything Nintendo is ever particularly cheap. I should really change the schedule too. It's one thing I forgot to update. There we go. All fixed up. Ross is definitely still having some speed problems. Well, Archer has reached double-digit magic and speed.
So while he's no hot stallion like Clive, I don't know if he's all that bad.
Thanks for being the gremlin. Josh, please try harder. Man. Arthur's garbage luck definitely making that look at least a little questionable. Got him. You know, a lot of units on this team kind of have terrible luck. It's not really a great thing to have with your armor. It's like part of why I always gripe about Drog in FP11. you get the same problem with Jagan, and it's just like, wow, it's cool that my tanky dude can just decide to fall over and die. Well, it's not like Gilliam's seeing long-term deployment, so... Ooh, nice. Magic speed. Any short-term bulk buff or bump is all we really need, technically speaking. It's like, really? We could just be... say whatever and murder these mercs with Seth? But we could also feed them to Arthur, so, you know. Besides, we want to clear the ballista anyway, so we can get Colm to steal from this mage. I do wonder why this random mage has an energy ring. Seems like a really random thing to give your troop just to hold. Yoinkity yoink. How fast do these to develop? I feel like they've been sitting together for a while now. Start at 5 and get 2 at a time. Yeah, we're gonna need a little bit longer. The sea support should be happening fairly soon. Come on, let's see some strength. Hey! 9 strength. That wasn't so hard, was it? Now just do it like 11 more times and we're good. Brought out here with a one shot. More res, huh? I mean, he's been doing pretty well on magic and speed. So I guess I won't complain too much there. 3 magic on Natasha. Lay gasp. Alright, how fast is this guy? 11. Drops down to 9. Ross drops down to 7. So there won't be any doubling going on with that javelin. The hit rate will get a little bit better when we're not attacking a sword on a gate. Man, how did... I guess they weren't together too much in the fog, but we gotta be getting close there, sea support. Surely. Ross just getting beamed by every coin flip. There we go. Well, that's cap strength. Yeah, this is kind of looking like barter. But faster, I suppose. Still not yet. There we go. Hey, you there! Yes. You a monk or something? Yes, I came from Monet. My name is Arthur. I'm Joshua. So, you wanna make me a bet? Bet? Sure, call in the air. Heads or tails? Ellipses. What's the matter? All you have to do is say heads or tails. So, what's your call? I have no idea what this is about, but I'll say heads for now. Right, so I get tails. Here, we'll flip now. And... right, tails. I win. You win. What do you win? Well, now you have to do whatever I tell you. What? Why do you say that? You lost, right? Since you lost, you gotta do what I tell you. So, when this battle's over, I want you to train with me. Train? What are you talking about? Look, I only said heads because you pressed me to. I don't remember you saying anything about what we were betting on. You shouldn't worry so much about the tiny details. You waste your life worrying so much. Now, about that training. I always have a tough time fighting against people who use magic. I think it's got something to do about getting the timing right. I don't really need to polish my technique too much. However, I noticed that these battles just keep getting harder. So, I figured I should train with someone who can use a little magic. I commend your attitude, but I really can't help you. My evenings are pretty full as is, so... Hey now, deal's the deal. I'll be waiting, so don't be late. Fine, but just for a little while. Oh no, Arthur got hustled. Rip Arthur. Yeah, we could preload, but I think if we're gonna do sessions where we like actively grind entire ranks, I think I might be doing more than one pair. So let's just get out of here. It's a trap! Whoa! We've been Akbar'd. I guess we might want to actually use the door keys too. So we can avoid burning through too many lockpicks, although... I'm pretty sure at least one thief spawns here. So we'll see about stealing his lockpicks. Although I don't know if Calm will be fast enough. I guess we'll see. We haven't been super actively leveling him, so 12 might not be enough. I just need 1 second and then we'll get going with this. We're back. Alright, so let's get moving. Not quite enough damage. Although we can... It's basically 20 and 15. Yeah, Josh would be able to survive just being in range of both. Alternatively, we could just run north instead, but... Fighting the Merc is an opportunity for like some actual experience too of them. Yeah, I ate some more bulk. Won't say no to that. The 2x4. I guess at least she's doubling him, but I think that's mostly this guy weighing himself down with the sword and Eirika's own abilities here. Level 12, still 4 strength. At this point, I wonder, can we just have base strength Eirika by the time we promote? Mind, it might be difficult to actually do enough damage to get to level 20. Yeah. It's Vanessa. It's a good thing we're not wanting to use her long term. Well, it's hit rate. I guess we can have the calves support each other. It's not like we're gonna do anything else with them. Slightly risky for Ross here. Since he won rounds, if he got hit all 3 times, it could have been fatal. Ross. Nice crit. The absolute violence. That guy had 7 higher hit than the previous ones. Although, much lower damage, 2 less. Very funny variants on some of these. Hey, 10 speed! Still 5 defense though. He's barely gone anywhere with it. Gotta think who I want the angelic robe to go on to. All things considered, it should probably just be Dragon Shield plus robe on Ross. I maybe should have traded one of Seth's javelins over to Ephraim. But it's kind of fun, we can just bust through the wall and give one to him anyway. Ah, 14 speed. Yeah, we can't take it away from him. Damn. If we're getting all the levels we wish Eirika was getting. Don't mind Pal and Ford, they're just being a taxi service. Well, okay, I guess Ephraim doesn't really care. Aha! By the power of Joshua support! He no longer fears the crits. You know, I don't think this Ephraim's actually gonna have to worry too much about his future Force chapters. It's just a hunch. But he might just be alright. Nice great shield. Wow, nice empty level, damn it, Ross. Hey, some luck and bulk on Arthur. Don't see that too often. Gee, that makes 2 silver swords. Except, pretty sure they're A rank here, so... Yeah, Josh is gonna have to work on that a little bit. But hey, once he gets there, he'll be able to use those, and it should solve any attack problems he has for a while. What is... I think the Great Shield is like level chance, so it's only a like opponent level chance. So I think it's only a 15% chance to happen, and it keeps doing this. Like once is funny. Twice it's starting to get extra troll-y. Although if this goes on long enough, statistically 2 is merited. Yay, we got an Elysian Whip. All we have to do is actually get Tana and level her up. Easy. Nope. 3 times. Four times. There we go. More skill and speed. Still no bulk, basically, though. Like, he's gone 24 levels now and only getting a single point of defense. Surely his growth rate's not that bad. Where is he? Yeah, it's 25. So we really should have gotten 5 more defense by now. well, I think that about does it for this map. Money. Alright, we're locked in. It's time to let the Eirikaning begin. How many pirates? Yes. Could rather bring forward over Gilliam. Tana's showing up with a heavy spear, too. It's like, what's with the GBA games and being like, ah, yes, the Pegasus Knight should use a heavy spear. But it's 14 weight, obviously. It's already a steel weapon, but I don't think I want them. I might buy an unlock staff. Do I want the shine? I don't think we can afford to lose 2 attack speed. He's already not that fast to begin with. I guess it couldn't be the worst thing to have one of, just in case he needs a heavy hit instead of something he doubles with, but... I guess I'll bait this pirate into attacking Eirika on the first turn. We do want that ocean seal. Although we want to see how much we can greed with Ross before that. But it won't be too long before he hits 20. He's getting there. These guys are worth a lot less than what we were fighting in the grotto heap for the last map. But maybe we don't get to 20 that quickly. We'll see, though. It's like, Ross is doing well enough in actual combat where I don't think we need to go too crazy from running her way. bad. Got him. Seems slightly excessive. Yeah, no crit. Joshua, why? Well, at least Ross got a good level, although it still has no defense. I guess we have to use a javelin if we want to counterattack it. Is this guy just not actually attacking Seth? Or, cause like that one guy could have attacked Joshua and he also decided not to. Damn it. Just one short, too. What's in the village? Do we even care about it? It's another dragon shield. We actually care about that a lot. It's definitely kind of filthy that these pirates suddenly ignore instead of engaging, unlike the brigands. Because if these were actually behaving like they should, then Seth would have just attracted this guy over. I'll give this another go. It's probably gonna have to be just a complete Seth YOLO. So if those guys won't fight, then... Alright, he needs to have this slot. Guy does more damage now, too. Really? Going after Seth? Oh, actually, I guess we also attracted that guy away from Nessa. So that's helpful. Well, I guess there's not any point in... I was gonna have... Archer, kill this guy, though. This line of idiots is blocking our path now. So we're just gonna have to race all the way down. Kidding me. Alright, I guess we... We're gonna have Ford help out, I guess. This noodle arms of hers not really doing her any favors. Of course, that sniper's gonna go in the woods now, which is gonna be extra annoying. True, let's see if we can bait that guy into attacking Joshua. Instead of following Seth around. Yeah, these maps don't take that long. Alright, well this guy just really wanted to feed himself to Seth instead of attacking, you know, Joshua, who takes more damage and can't counterattack. Well, very typical pick as a snake level. I mean, it's a pretty typical early game Fire Emblem, has a lot of short maps too. Because they start out smaller and then start expanding into more stuff like this. Wait, what is... This pirate's following Seth around now, but like, I don't know why. We've looted all the villages. So I would expect him to get aggressive now. I feel like something might be improperly programmed on this map. Strength defense on Josh. Oh, I forgot to offload Matthew, or not Matthew, Calm too. Though I don't know if we're gonna be able to reach Amelia to steal from her before she leaves. Not a huge deal if we don't. Guess we'll see. The pacing of this map is like really screwy. I don't know what else to say about it. But there we go. Now they're finally attacking. Yeah, because if we wait to the next map, she'll show up with another Speedwing, if I remember correctly. She's otherwise like not a particularly good unit, so I don't really want to chase after her super hard. Let's see, turn 12. Yeah, I don't know if we're making that. Yeah, 6 turns. It's gonna be tight. Especially with all this other garbage here, holy crap. I don't think I could recruit her if I wanted to, honestly. It's probably too dangerous for Colm or Eirika to get anywhere close. Yeah, I don't know if I'd say the game with the trainers are better than usual. They're all still pretty dumpstered here. Argue Ewan isn't? That's, like, he shows up late and has to be force-fed. That's pretty dumpster tier. Ross is extremely hit and miss. Like, this is basically barter, but a little bit faster. Anna, come on. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to steal. Yeah, it should be functional, like, Ross, or at least in a way that makes him any level of maybe better than his competition. Ross needs to high roll super hard. That's basically the same for any of the trainees. Everyone basically does too much damage or too little. Or is forward and is missing like an idiot. I guess we can do it like this and just give her chip damage and then maybe the soldier attacks her. Actually, chances are they attack Arthur instead, or one of the one in the front. I guess unless I block them to force them, but I think I'd rather get set down here and start clearing those archers, so maybe we can push a little harder. They went against Tenna, okay. I was missing because one of the soldiers was blocking the place for that archer to stand. Alright, they're attacking Seth over Ross. This AI is just like trying to act. Okay, one attacked him over Ross. I guess maybe the one in the back couldn't actually reach. They are doing like some weird behavior too. It feels like they're just denying themselves so that we can't get experience on the other units. I mean, Seth's a spooky opponent, so they shouldn't be trying to go for him. Given the way the AI, like the GBA AI usually works, but for some reason it's just doing dumb, weird stuff. I don't think Amelia's hostile. It would be very tragic if she were to ram into Seth and die. Hey, we got strength. Okay, well, Jehanna's off to a pretty decent start. 2 for 2 on speed and 1 for 2 on strength. Ross is not gonna get into that action, so I guess we'll bait this guy into him instead. Well, okay. That makes things awkward. Might turn into a kill for Tana, I suppose. Alright, a little more speed for Arthur. Is this not just a fire enemy? It's whatever. Although I think even if it was an Hellfire, I don't think Calm would be threatened. Well, I guess maybe we are gonna get that speed wing. Wasn't quite expecting to actually make it that far down. I don't think we really need any more of this. Maybe one more spare iron sword, considering how quickly Joshua burns through them. Wow, she does actually try to come in and attack. That's unexpected. Amelia is violent. Alright, well, Cole can't accidentally kill her, so there's that. We're probably gonna have to disarm most other people and body block her until she decides to leave. I'm pretty sure Tana ends up killing her. Oh, does she ever? No, she's going after Ross because she can actually do damage. You know, just as a demonstration of how problematic Ross's everything can become. He's taking chip damage from base level Amelia. Alright, 2 more turns and then she'll leave. This battle isn't going well at all. Wait, who are you? We killed all the generic soldiers around here, so who are you? So yeah, I guess apparently Amelia is extremely violent. Make sure there's no one covering the soldiers here, so like we could in fact just take pot shots at these for free. She did willingly conscript to the Grotto Army. I mean, sure, but... It's funny how readily she dives in regardless, though. Well, he has more speed, but he's still into being fast enough to steal from that thief in the previous chapter. Hey, 6 defense! Hey, are you forgetting about the most annoying one of all? The General's Great Shield, which is basically the return of, Yggdrasil Tavis. It is extremely annoying because of that. Ross heard me talking smack and decided to get a slightly better level than usual. It's true. Meanwhile, Tana. She's decided she wants to be an offensive machine. But jeez, look at this. Speaking of violent ladies, apparently Tana. Tana is usually a bit more consistent, but like this is... I'm pretty sure growths are pretty similar to Florina's. Where's Tana? Yeah, she's got 5% more strength growth than Florina, so 45 is pretty good. Yeah, 45 strength, 65 speed, so I think Florina, but with a slight bump to some of her key growths by like just 5%. She has no bulk growths, but if she wants to be a murder machine, she can very much be so. Or do so. So we can pull out this with Tana and get some free combat in. basically. This front guy will yellow out, and I don't think they're linked. I guess if they are, we can back up and have her just farm the mercenaries. I should actually be building the Tenant Eirika support too, because we'll probably want to do B with between them in the very least. I'll have to decide if I want to do A with Eirika or A with Marisa for Tana. She hit the 20% on defense. Ross, you gotta get to work. The Pegasus Knight is tankier than you. But all that speed and she still can't double these mercs. Yeah, I guess 5 con. Oof. Because it says she only has 14 attack speed. Reasonably sure this boss is a move, but... You shouldn't be able to, let's see... 25... That's like 19 damage to Ross, and then this is... another 11. 9 speed. And neither of these would double, so even if he does aggro, we could face fault both with Ross and wouldn't matter. Oh, now we're doubling. At least against this guy, he must have low rolled. Oh, this poor sap rolled 11 speed. So he drops down to 10. It's exactly enough for 10 at a double. Alright, the Archer and Joshua support is at B, apparently. Hey, Archer. I want to thank you for the training. Learned a lot from it. Hope you're not too exhausted for today's training session. Well, actually, could we not do this today? Hey now, show a little enthusiasm, why don't you? Attitude like that ain't gonna win you any battles. You may be right, but I just can't keep up with you. If you keep exhausting me in training, I'll be no good when the real fighting begins. I'm trying not to let it show, but I'm really worn out today. And let's make a bet. If I win, you do what I tell you. Joshua, I'm quite trained, and we still have much fighting to do. You should just rest tonight. Don't worry about it, Archer, so heads or tails. Fine, heads. Great, you're heads, I'm tails, here we go. Incredible. Tails, I win again. Did I see that coin? What for? You suggesting that I would actually cheat? No, sorry. So, it's a deal. I'll be waiting for you tonight. Don't forget. Fine. You're hopeless. Don't look so tired. Gets me all worried. I can't go back to the front being all worried. Listen, just take a day off. Get some rest, alright? But I lost the bet. Deal was, if I win, you do what I tell you. And what I'm telling you to do is take it easy. Joshua, I appreciate it. I've never done much fighting. I think I'm just worn out. It's exhausting having to keep your guard up all the time. But your kindness has rejuvenated my frazzled nerves a little. Well, we're still fighting, so don't let your guard down. Sit close to me today and I'll watch over you. But don't skip tomorrow's training. I'll be there. Ah yes, Joshua hustling into unhustling. Truly the biggest brain of plays? Question mark? Jehanna and Eirika are supposed to be really fast, at least if I remember correctly. I think they're like a 4-speed. No, they're only 2. Really? Jehanna and Eirika are only 2? Man, imagine if Blazing Blade made Hector and Ellie would only grow at 2. At least I think they're faster. Am I gaslighting myself? Hector and Ellie are 3, and they start with 72. Meanwhile, Jehanna starts at 20 with Eirika, and only grows at a rate of 2. Sus much? I guess they haven't been beside each other this entire time, so it's 30 turns. Ugh. Everyone loves GBA supports, right? Actually, what is... 'cause I guess technically the comparison might be better made Lyn and Florina, but... Oh no, it's even worse. Lyn and Florina are +4, so like the fact that Eirika and Jehanna are only +2 looks even worse by comparison. Actually, that's kind of interesting. Because that means that the devs decided that Lyn and Florina are closer than Hector and Eliwood are. There it is. Jeez. Okay, time for Ross to baseball. Or... do these guys just actually not move? Yeah, Set's in range of all 3, and they don't... okay. Apparently, this is the... actually them just being like, yep, we're gonna sit here and wait for you to pummel us. So in that case, you know what Ross can do is this. Boo. Yo, strength! God level on Joshua. We take those. Imagine being these guys and just standing there and letting me do this. Whoa. 6 magic on Natasha. Crazy. Yeah, it's funny. By all rights, Joshua's the one who's growing better, so I should probably be feeding this to him, but at the same time, Ross is the one with the 1 to 2 range. Thanks, Ross. Well, I guess at least we had some real god levels with Joshua and Tenna, so... Progress. I guess if nothing else, Tana can take over as the chief 1 to 2 ranger. Although I don't expect her bulk is going to be terribly good with 20% defense growth and 25% res growth. It's the rare Pegasus who decided she doesn't want to do very well against magic either. In terms of actually taking hits. Alright, well that took a little bit longer than I would have liked, but hey. The maps are ramping up in length, so... we'll see more of that going forward. At this rate... like how many chapters are actually in this? So I think it's 21. So we just finished 9. It's at least 12. Technically, I guess it's more like, or sort of-ish 13, but the 13th map is probably just 2 turning for Mortis. Yeah, maybe a week to finish out the main maps? So Friday, Sunday, Monday, and then I'm considering whether I want to do dive into Lagda with this team. Because I haven't done one of those in a while. So I might do it for giggles, we'll see. If I do that, that'll probably add an entire session. Because those 10 floors can go on pretty long. But that'll definitely be a post-game thing. Actually, I think we have to be post-game regardless to get all the floors anyway. Because I think it stops you... Was it like 3 floors in? Maybe less? If you try to do it during the main campaign. Anyway, regardless, that's gonna have to do it for me for tonight. So, yeah, we'll be back for more of this on Friday. And in between Wednesday, Thursday, we're gonna return to Uma Musume and see if we can get the game to give Haru some bitter RNG. So we're trying to make a better setup for the upcoming Dirt Medium CM for her. I technically have one that's runnable in round 1, and if I super cope, maybe I could hope that I don't run into serious opponents for the other rounds with it, but... Yeah, we have to hope for better RNG. That's really what it comes down to. So we'll see if we can make that happen. So yeah, that'll be Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah. I don't know why. Sometimes when I try to refresh my Twitch feed, it tells me I can't get a secure connection. I don't know what they're doing with their code, but apparently it makes my browser not like it. Alright, so anyhow, it's like Kron's live. He's not doing Fire Emblem tonight, but he's doing Xenoblade 3. And he might actually be finishing up the main story, so I guess, spoiler alert. But for those of you who've already seen it, or perhaps don't care about getting spoiled, let's head over to Kron, bother him, and see how his progression is going. Anyway, so thanks for watching, everyone. Hope to see you on Wednesday for some Uma. If not that, perhaps on Friday to come back to this, and have yourselves good night.